Good morning, everyone. We'll start with the pledge. Pledge of allegiance to the flag and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, we ask you today to watch over this meeting of our county commissioners, be with all our county employees as they go about their duties throughout this week, and help us to make decisions that are according to your will. In Jesus' name, amen.
I've read the minutes and I make a motion we approve them as written.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Make a motion, we pay the bills in amount of $153,809.26. That's my motion.
I'll second it. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, ready to move on with.
Yes, we have a new commissioner today to swear in and to replace Rick, Jason Hightower. So David's going to swear him in.
You gonna write
Yeah.
after that? Or?
I'll do it right now. I just want to thank everyone for coming over today and throughout my 2 terms here in office. It's been great. I've enjoyed it. I said I was going to do 2 terms and I wouldn't run again. And I think that's what all politicians should at least consider doing, not staying in forever. So thank you. I want to thank the past Commissioner Herb Pemberton, who I talked to a long time before I decided to run. And of course, Vicki Leonard's here, our former commissioner, and Mike Page. And I've been thoroughly enjoyed working with Danny and Jim. And I know Jason's going to do a great job. I just hope that they don't take 15 rounds to elect a chair like the Congress did today. But thank you for everything. There's lots of influences along the way. And I would like to thank everyone that's influenced us. And I hope the county continues to run good. And I wish everyone the best of luck. And Jason, I wish you the best of luck as well. Thanks.
All right, Jason, come up. Where we want to just right in front of the table, maybe. Or papers here and all that. Yeah. All right, if you would raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Jason Hightower,
I, Jason Hightower,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Kansas,
and the Constitution of the State of Kansas,
and faithfully discharge the duties
and faithfully discharge the duties
of Linn County Commissioner
of Linn-
District 1.
of Linn County Commissioner District 1.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Jason, if you would sign right there. All right.
We're going to take like a 15 or 20-minute recess for Rick. We have some cupcakes and something to drink.
Doesn't matter. I mean,
I'll make a motion to take a 20-minute recess. I'll second. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Rick, you want to come over here? We'd like to present this to you for the recognition of your 8 years of dedicated service for the county. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Jim.
Appreciate working with you.
Yep.
cupcake cookies.
You did.
Well, that's one thing.
Are you kidding?
Oh.
I'm no longer the not lost. Yeah, make sure he gets out of here. It's always good to have somebody outside. We'll see what really happens. Everybody's hiding their ATVs now.
You should have asked. Yeah.
Kicking twice, just make sure it's all.
I got that free card. Yeah. That's sad stuff. It's really But I'm glad that's what they're like.
You should try to follow. If they want to get the same. Not right. They go out.
Well, oh, did it? See, I got one. He's got fancy. Like, yeah. My wife's.
They're not sure.
I got this. I
Yes.
How's everything, Langston?
tell you what, that's
Yeah, I just really got that.
They use, you know, they say. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Things change and, you know, you gotta go.
They are over the center. Yeah.
Everybody is. Yeah, man, get Kleenexes up for Rick, yep, I've got a box.
Got box. Right behind you.
I think so.
Like what?
David asked if you were ready. I said, I think you are.
Everybody is, I guess.
Did the bill sign?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I think didn't Rick sign the bill?
Yep.
Bills.
So I've got several things for you to take care of this morning if you're ready to get back into everything. First thing on my list is it's also time to reorganize the commission for the year. So we need to have a motion to appoint a commission chair and vice chair for this year.
I'll make that motion.
For,
And my motion is to appoint Danny as the chair and Jason as the vice chair.
I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And the next thing I have is next Monday is Martin Luther King Day, so we are off work. So we need to reschedule that meeting to Tuesday, the 17th.
I'll make a motion that we reschedule to Tuesday, the 17th for next week's meeting.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, then I have some adds and abates. This is number 2022-808, and then it skips a couple of numbers, and it's 811 through 820. Total change on that is a negative 1675.38.
That will be my motion.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I have the sheriff's monthly fee report for December.
Do we need a motion for that?
Typically, we do a motion to accept that.
The Linn County Sheriff's Office end of the month report, for total, the end of the month total is $42,407.50, and that's my motion to approve.
I'll second it.
Move and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then I have the park report, which is the December numbers, but then obviously we've got the whole year of everything up to me.
You guys want to change chairs? You want to stay where you're at, or what are you gonna do?
That doesn't matter to me. We can change it next week if you want.
Okay.
Ain't gonna hurt nothing.
What is that, two or what?
Yeah, you need to sign it. Different heads and weights.
So if you noticed on that, I mean, I don't know how much of the numbers you guys want to go through, but we do show a gain of $41,254.80 for the year. Mark.
Just want to go over the total year to date.
Whatever you guys would like to do.
The 2022 park year-to-date report, for income totals, which includes marina sales, cabin rental, boat fees, the Kansas Department of Wildlife permit fees, Airbnb, and permit and user fees. All year, the totals, we brought in $305,700.79. And the expenditures, which is like personal service, contractual commodities, and capital outlay, total of year-to-date, $264,445.99, with a gain of $41,254.80. That's good.
All right, and then sheriff's here, so I don't have his numbers today. Whenever you're ready for.
Kevin, you want to come up and visit with us?
I kind of defer until your department heads go. I got a couple of items I want to talk about. I hate to hold them up.
Great, great. AMR?
Good morning, gentlemen. Virgil Swanson with AMR. Our weekly numbers for last week, Blue Mountain had one call with no transports. Lacine had 10 calls with 8 transports. Like Mound City had 8 with 6 transport. Linn Valley had 2, and both of those went to the hospital. Parker had 1 with a transport. Pleasanton 4 with 3 transports, and Prescott 2. and both of them also transported. So last week had a total of 28 calls with 22 transports. And that's all I had for you guys this morning, unless you have something for us.
I don't think I did.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good week. Missy? You ready?
Missy Lancaster, Health Department. In the past week, we haven't done any COVID tests. COVID booster, we've had 10 cases that have been reported to the Health Department and routed, 1 flu shot, 1 blood draw, 8 immunizations, 3 TB skin tests, 1 family planning, and 6 WIC contacts. We also, on Friday, have been asked by Mound City School, Linn, to come and do something. They're having like a kids' health fair, like their student health fair. And we got the Kaufman Museum to come and bring their information on vaping. And so they will be over there. It's kind of cool to go through and look, and they'll have examples of what it does to lungs and stuff like that. So that'll be all day on Friday the 13th over at Jayhawk. And they did come maintenance our Cepheid machine last week. Everything looks good. So that is all that I have. Questions?
I don't have any.
Okay, thank you.
Randy?
Good morning, Commissioners. Paper I gave out with the weekly run totals is not correct, so you can throw it away. We had 15 calls over the last week, going from January 1st to yesterday. There are some grass fires. Our main incident was we have a silage pile over on the east side of the county. It's burning. It's going to burn for a while. We've been out there twice already because it'll get out of the containment and
What is it?
silage pile.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a big pile and it's gonna burn a long time. So other than that, I have nothing.
I don't have anything. I don't have
Thank you,
anything.
Randy.
And I'll send out the newer sheet. I'll email it to Dave and have.
Actually, about your CPR class, I had some people reach out to me and wonder if it was age limit and stuff like that.
Right now, as long as they're in junior high, we're allowing them to take it. The Linn class is pretty much full based on number of instructors we have versus the people that signed up. So it's full. The Mound City class is about full. So we're looking at actually adding some more classes at a later date to catch some more CPR. But we've had real good response on that
What,
CPR
can you
class.
mention that date one more time?
It is January 28th. The first class is from 8 to noon in Mound City at Bunker Hill. The second class is from 4 to 8 in Linn at the library.
And they were on the website, right? I thought there was, I seen.
It's free to anybody that wants to and be involved.
Yep.
All right. I don't have anything else for you.
All right, thank you.
Jessica?
Morning, Jessica Hightower, Economic Development. I have I'm actually requesting to apply for a grant this morning. This one is through KDOT. It is for high-risk rural roads, and it's for federal fiscal year 2025. So it'll be a couple of years before we dive into this project. We recently got our local road safety plan completed through KDOT, and this grant is designed to take projects out of their local road safety report and use KDOT funding to complete the suggested improvements. We have chosen 1095 between 1650 and 152. It was one of the higher risk factor projects, and it's a major collector, which will give us higher points in the grant. So the grant, so the county would cover 100% of the preliminary engineering, the right-of-way, and any utility relocations. And then we would be responsible for 10% of construction and construction engineering costs. So for the construction portion, it's a 90-10. I have an RFP drafted so that I can use that to apply for the grant. We have to submit engineering estimates for the project. Would you like to see the RFP?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're responsible for 100% of the engineering costs.
The preliminary engineering.
Which, do you have an estimate on what you think that'll cost?
I don't have an estimate of the preliminary engineering, which is why I'm asking to put out this RFP so that we have some idea. There is estimates listed in the local road safety plan of the construction itself, but since we're bidding it, I would prefer not to announce that information at this point.
So this RFP is asking for the engineers to tell them what they would charge to do the preliminary engineering.
Well, I've got it broken out for each section. So preliminary engineering, right-of-way, utility
So
relocations,
you're asking for estimates on
everything.
the whole project.
Yes, so that we have an accurate number to make our decisions off of. The grant is due the middle of February, so I have the proposals due January 31st for this RFP.
But we won't actually do the preliminary engineering
Not yet.
until we know if we got the grant, right?
Yes.
We don't know how much the grant will be now to what's available to us.
So the total grant for this one is, they've got $5 million available, total. So
State of Kansas or for?
yes. So I don't know if they will pick, give us a portion of the amount that we request. I really don't know yet how it's going to work. But they don't have a whole lot of funding available for this one.
And how did you, this section of that, how'd you come up with it?
I pulled it right out of the local road safety plan that was done by KDOT.
You said that you think that that'd be the best bet because
It's a major collector, which means so major collector roads either connect counties to counties or cities to cities. And so 1095 connects Linn County and Miami County, so it's a major collector. And the grant states that major collectors will get higher priority than minor collectors or just county roads.
This being a blacktop road, is there any way we can do roads that are, to go ahead and blacktop roads that's gravel now?
With this grant, no.
This grant or?
No.
It has
This grant is geared toward the local road safety plan.
for black paved roads, I guess. is what you're saying.
Yeah,
It has to be.
this one, yes.
Okay.
That KDOT's already,
Involved with,
right.
okay.
So the engagement objectives listed are pulled straight out of, this is exactly what KDOT told us they would like to see us do on that road, that portion of that road.
Well, like that road, what with asking us to straighten it, I guess, is take the.
Well, no. So a lot of it is adding retro reflective center line, some curve warning signs. So we're not redoing the road. We're trying to make the road more safe as it is. A lot of it. So in the short term, the long term, paving a shoulder, installing guardrails. So the short term is more signage. And the long term is the changing the actual road. And in the RFP, I also ask them to break out short-term objectives and long-term objectives so that we know.
And this was the high priority road on the.
Yes. So the risk assessment factor goes from 0 to 24. We had two roads that had a risk factor of 20. But they were not major collectors. This one has a risk factor of 19, which is the highest risk factor we had on a major collector road in the plan.
So you just want to.
So,
Motion that says to go out for bid on this to see what.
yes,
the Engineering
yes.
cost would be. What do you guys think, Danny?
I don't think it's gonna hurt to go and get free estimates.
Me neither.
I'll make a motion that we let Jessica go out for proposal on a bid for the engineering costs of, this project.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Thank you. That's all I had. Do you guys have anything for me?
I was just gonna ask you about, I noticed when I drove by the airport, the frame's the wind's kind of messed it up. Didn't you say the awning was coming in for that?
We have it.
Oh, we do?
Yes, it is in the Pleasanton shop. So we had, when we purchased that building that's out there, we bought two of the same thing. So we have parts
Okay,
to
good.
fix the frame. Todd is working on scheduling a crew to go out there and fix the frame and install the tarp on the building. It's not a two-man job. It's
Right,
a
yeah.
pretty big tarp. So he's working on getting that scheduled,
I
but
just
yes,
noticed
we
that
have it.
the wind's kind of messed it up a little bit.
Yes, that happened early December, I think. We had a really big windstorm, and Ted Van Meter, who's the gentleman who lives in that hangar, called me and said that it was affecting the building. So we went and took that back tarp down.
When's your next airport meeting?
I don't have one scheduled right now. We're scheduling those kind of as things come up that need to be discussed, and at this point, we don't really have a whole lot to discuss.
I have a question. This might be thing to Randy. As far as Pleasanton's in charge of the fire for the airport,
Okay.
that's because it's in the city limits. Does Pleasanton have all the equipment that it takes for a fire at the airport?
We're responding, anything in same limits, we're responding to. We created one that would be needed for our fuel fire out there personnel.
Okay.
Jessica, weren't you working on a business plan development for that, or?
Yes, I've submitted a grant application in September for that, and I haven't heard back yet. I have reached out to KDOT to see if they've announced those grant awardees yet, and I haven't heard back still. So I'm working on it.
While Jessica's still here, this is the first time we've had Jessica and Jason here at the same time. And I think it would be good to just address the question of any potential conflict of interest. We've addressed it previously, but I've had a couple questions about it in the last day or two. So I think it'd just be good to spell it out, that there is no conflict of interest the way we have it set up. First of all, Jessica is the Economic Development Director, and she's the Assistant Public Works Director. In both of those roles, the commissioners have her directly responsible to Sean. That eliminates one of the potential conflicts. A potential conflict would exist if any employee were being supervised by a spouse, but that's not what's going on here. She's supervised by Sean. The second potential conflict would be a financial conflict. If any decisions were being made that regarded Jessica's salary, her contract, discipline, anything like that. And in a situation like that, those things will be handled, first of all, by Sean, but if they do come to the commission, then Jason will recuse himself from any discussion or participation in any of that. And so that's how we have structured this. It's not at all uncommon to have a situation like this. And they just want to lay it all out there so everybody knows.
Thank you, Gary.
Okay. All right.
Anything else?
I don't have anything else.
Thank you.
Sean?
Sean West, Public Works Administrator. We're going to be interviewing again this week for Road and Bridge. We're down several positions in that department. And I have a need to discuss
What do you have available right there? You just want to settle the camera real quick?
2 mechanics positions, and at this point, 3 operator positions. Operator being truck driver or equipment operator.
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
And I need, just 5 minutes for, legal, and I think, that would be it for today.
Sean, I sent you some pictures this morning of State Line Road. I just wanted to talk about that for a little bit. It hasn't been, I don't know if you got those or not.
Yes, I didn't get to look at what roadway they were. I perused the pictures
It's
and,
just State Line Road out there.
Mhm.
And I was talking to David. I didn't know if we had a contract with the state of Kansas and, or not the state of Kansas, with Missouri and ourselves or the township. Gary, how does that work? I mean,
Talking about maintenance on State Line Road. We've had a kind of a handshake agreement with them through the years.
I think Jackie formed a deal with the counties and everybody, right?
And well, I was gonna say, I know that when Jackie was here, he was working on something. I don't know if he ever got it, pinned down or not. It never came to me for review.
Okay.
But I think he was meeting with them and trying to work out the details, and he may or may not have concluded that. I don't know.
I would have to talk to Pam. I know Pam was working with him, and I know that border agreements was something I believe that was still being worked on when I came in.
I know Jackie talked about it as far as getting an agreement with each county to take a mile, every other mile, or different situations, because there's places north of us that they had to go a long ways around just to get to the roads, as far as the county road.
The only discussion I've had as far as state line would be as far as the bridge inspections, and to clarify that, they agreed to go ahead and do the bridge inspections on that roadway to keep them in one pile so that all the bridge inspections are assigned on their side of the fence.
I know that I got a few phone calls over from 1100 Road north to the Whirling Turn, whatever you want to call it, the little low water bridge.
Okay.
It's pretty bad there, and they're driving over into people's, and they're messing the fence up. So I've been driving the ditch, and I assured them that we would try to take care of it. The people that are driving on it is the Kansas side, so I did tell them we'd get something done out there. It's pretty bad.
Is there a problem if we go ahead and get it fixed? He did show me the pictures to him, but it's bad. You know, if we check to see if there's an agreement.
Yeah, I think we need to see what agreement's in place, but assuming that we don't have one in place, and if it's something that we have some responsibility for.
Yes.
I think it's pretty, I think it, how deep the ditch or the holes are. I went and looked at it, and I think it's somebody goes in 50-mile-an-hour down that gravel road and hits that. It's dangerous.
Even if we don't have agreement in place, I think we probably ought to coordinate with them before we just jump in and fix it. Talk to them and.
I'll look into it, and then we or they will schedule and resolve the issues.
Okay, just as long as we get it, I assured them it'd get taken care of, because they've called me multiple times about it, so.
Okay.
You guys have anything?
I don't have anything.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
You want to, Kevin, you guys want to go, or you want to take care of your 5? Sean, you got things? I'm sorry? You want to take care of your executive session really fast before they go, before?
That's their schedule.
Kevin, are you in a hurry?
Whenever we do.
Would you mind if we just go get his 5 and get it out of the way? I'll make a motion that we go into 5 legal with Sean.
I'll second it.
The motion been moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Sorry, Bobby. I have no action. All right, Bobby?
Bobby Johnson, Linn County Under Sheriff. Commissioners, in front of you, I put a couple proposals down for a change of county policy. The first of which is the way the county pays emergency personnel's holiday pay. And to summarize it is emergency non-exempt personnel that work a holiday and are off the county observed day get 2.5 times pay. Emergency personnel that work the holiday and the county observed day get the regular pay on the observed day and 1.5 on the holiday. It's a little bit different than how we do that now, but this proposal also has the thing in there where the emergency personnel who work 12-hour shifts will get paid for their shift. Currently, we don't do that. It maxes out at 8 hours and we have 12-hour shifts. So this kind of came up over Christmas where some of my guys weren't getting paid for what they get, for what they work, which to me is not really all that fair. So I reached out to several counties around us, Bourbon, Anderson, Miami, Johnson, Dickinson, Coffee. And this policy I obtained is a mixture between Johnson County and Miami County. And pretty much everybody pays their guys for what they work. And I think that's what's fair. I request that you look into this. And if you have any questions, please contact me and ask me. But the basis of this is if a guy comes to work at 5 p.m., he should get paid his 12 hours because that's what he works.
Basically, what's happened is when you went to your 12-hour shifts, you took one guy off the rotation. Everybody used to get paid on the 8-hour shifts, just like what you're saying, the 2.5 times for the holiday, correct?
I've been here for 13 years. We've always worked for the 12-hour shifts.
What I'm saying, I've worked shift work, so I know what you're saying exactly. So it's really not costing the county any more money, but if I understand it right, it's even if you was on 8-hour shifts, by going ahead and paying them the double time and a half for the 12 hours. Because if you had 3 8-hour shifts, you'd have paid them for the 8
That's exactly right.
And that's what's happened. You guys just, it's been failed. Back when you was working your 8-hour shifts, it didn't cost the county any more money then than it would if you gave the guys with double time and a half for the 12-hour shift.
Right.
We went through all that. I understand that completely. I don't, if that's what's in there, I don't have a problem with that. Because
That's what's in there. Also, the county right now, they pay the observed day, and I'm requesting that we pay the true holiday on like, let's say like Christmas. It was on Sunday, but the observed day was on Monday. Our guys that work that day, because they're not scheduled to work on the observed day, but they were scheduled to work on Sunday, they should get that on Christmas Day. Christmas, the holidays for us that don't get those days off is really where the important factor is. It's less the observed day, but more the true holiday.
But you're saying
Like
that
Thanksgiving.
for the observed day, if they're not working the observed day, they just stay at their regular pay that day. I mean, if
But they
not
get paid the 2.5.
They get paid 8 hours for the observed day. But if they actually work the holiday, that falls on.
Yep.
He's got it outlined.
I don't see a problem with that myself, but it's,
I don't either.
I went through all that.
Right on. The second part of that I have is for sick leave, and the sheriff's office, again, non-exempt personnel for the sheriff's office. We work 12-hour shifts. Right now, the county pays, or you get 8 hours per month for sick, where it maxes out at 400 hours. For our new personnel coming in, if they take a sick day, they're short 4 hours on their time. If they have 2 months of employment, they've accrued 16 hours of sick, they take 2 days off, they're gone 24, they lose 8 hours. So those new employees fall behind. So what I would ask is that you pay us, not pay us, but we would accrue at the rate of our shift. We're not asking for any more in the long term than anybody else is. We're just asking for the ratio to be 1-to-1 like it is for the other county employees.
I'd have to think on that one a while. Because, I mean, the 12-hour shift, I'll put it this way, the 12-hour shift is a benefit both ways to you and to the county and to the employee.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you're there longer, but it is a benefit to you because you're off more days in the month by working that.
Mhm.
Also work more hours, so you work 171 hours instead of 160.
I understand now. Yeah. I understand. I've worked a lot of those.
Well, I'd very much appreciate your consideration with that, because I do think that's fair too. Because
I'd like to think about it a little while. What do you guys think?
It's fine with me.
all right.
Danny?
You're talking, think on the sick leave?
Yeah, for sick leave, 12-hour, accrue 12 hours per month instead of the 8 for the emergency personnel, non-exempt. Well, if you don't have any more questions, you know where to reach me.
You guys, but the holiday pay, you guys are okay with?
I don't have a problem with that, the way the holiday pay is. I mean, I don't know, because it's actually,
It's fine.
if they're out there working on the holiday and it's not the observed day that they are working, they'll get the holiday pay for the day that they're off, and then they draw double time and a half for actually working the day.
There's one holiday missing on this list, so we'd have to, I think we need to probably get with Gary and work out the language it would take to do that before
Right.
anything's changed, but.
So we probably make a motion on that. Maybe next week we can discuss the sick leave next
We
week.
can just
Discuss the sick leave and.
discuss the whole thing this week and look it over. And
You guys good with that?
Yes, sir. Appreciate it, fellas.
Thank you, Bobby.
thanks, Bobby.
Good morning, Commission. Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff. First thing, made a little packet for you there up on top of your desk is just our weekly report. We have 52 inmates in-house, had 11 releases this past week, 52 in, 0 farmed out. We had 28 farmed in. I believe 19 of those were Wyandotte and 9 of those were federal inmates. 87 911 calls, 4,301 jail contacts. Total calls for service incoming was 497. 6 civil service papers served, 2 VIN inspections, 10 cases opened, 6 cases closed, 6 vehicle crashes. School resource officers had 79 calls for service. Bailiff had 97 contacts or incoming individuals to the court, and 26 of those 97 resulted in a call for service with further than just the contact. And we had 5 livestock out calls. So that's the weekly as norm that I would generally just email to you. The next thing I wanted to discuss, I'd sent you guys an email 5 or 6 days ago in regard to the Clifford Power contract that we currently have a contract with Clifford Power, although it's through Apple Electric. When the generators were put in the back of the Justice Center, our contractor, River City, held Apple Electric responsible for 3 years of contract on our new Generac generator back there, the large one. So there's already a contract in place for that for service, and they've actually been here to do service. My concern is with the other generators in the county. And if you guys received the email, you also would have received the contract. And there was some talk about pricing for generators. One problem we've had in Linn County is we haven't always kept up with our maintenance packages on our generators because we just never had a maintenance agreement with somebody who did it. We depended on our maintenance workers to fix the problems when we had them, and that's problematic because those folks are pretty busy anyway. There's some pricing in there. This pricing is not firm yet, would not be firm until the 27th when I plan to meet with Clifford, and I plan to meet with them on 3 generators. They would be 2 of them behind the Justice Center. One's a natural gas, and the other's a diesel. They're rather large generators, and the third one is at the K7 tower site. And that K7 tower site operates radios and repeaters and stuff like that for us. So those are the 3 generators that I have responsibility for. When I talked to Clifford Power, myself and Chris Martin visited with them. We took them around to the sites where the generators were located. I involved Chris because a lot of these generators, of course, run IT equipment. So we took them around to where the generators are located, took them to K7. We also took them to the generator over at the old sheriff's office at 107 South 4th. That generator, is my understanding, will be repurposed to operate the courthouse and the functions on the square, on the courthouse square there. So that, of course, would then, today it still falls under my responsibility because it still is a power generation for a 911 system. As of tomorrow, it will no longer be. So then that generator comes back to the county for you guys to take care of however you choose. The other generator is at the health department, and I do not know if that generator has a maintenance contract on it at this time or not. I talked to Sean about that, and we'll check in and see what's there. I don't believe that it does. Chris didn't believe that it has a contract on it. So we just went ahead and included it in our bid package if you were interested. The bid package is inclusive for 5 years. With the bid package, if we pay up front, we save 5%. With the bid package, if we bid it for the 5-year period, we save 5% per year. That would be an annual increase always. So at the end of the 5th year, we would see a 5% increase in the contract with Clifford just based on what they do. And you can see through the bid package what they do. In talking to Chief Hegwald, he's concerned about the generators that are on back of the Justice Center for the reason that in our bid package, we may need to include a couple more things because they're a life safety generator where the other ones are, of course, they're standby power. But with the ones operating the jail system, a little bit more important, and he believes there might be a couple more regulations that we did not bid here. So I believe Chief Hegwald will attend the meeting with me on the 27th to make sure that we have everything in place that we need to, because there was a couple more tests that would need to be done periodically. So I was kind of glad that he looked over that bid package as well, because that might keep us safer. But nevertheless, if the commission wants to join in on this bid situation, I think it would be probably prudent. I think it would be cheaper in the long run to put everything in one bid, because in this situation, we have 5 generators in 4 locations, which that reduces a little bit of the cost for somebody coming to do the scheduled maintenance. And I mean, they maintain down to changing batteries, hoses, belts, things like that, which are things, quite frankly, we don't usually change through maintenance until there's an issue, because they don't have an obligation to go out and do a yearly PM or something like that on the generators. So
Now, is there any kind of PM that we do weekly as far as start the generators, see that they're running verified?
we do. We have a maintenance schedule that auto starts them and takes care of all of that type of stuff.
Check oil and things like that too.
We do that at the office, just so we don't have to bring them down on a weekly or monthly basis to do some of that stuff.
Randy, at your emergency management site, what do you guys have on the back of there now? It's a mobile one, isn't it? Or
Right now, we do not have, we have mobile and hooked up. When they're moving the generator at the courthouse, then in that bid spec, there's part of that is putting a generator back at the emergency station.
I know we've kind of been all over the place with this, so it's kind of like. So Kevin, so the 2 at your department right now, it has a 3-year contract per installation, right?
But there is a 3-year maintenance contract on the large generator, because it was new. The smaller generator was brought over.
Yeah. We bought that, didn't we? We bought it right before the project.
No, that one was purchased years ago, and it was on the back of the sheriff's office then.
Okay.
The one that's on the back of the sheriff's office at 107 now is from emergency management. I believe it was 100 kW.
So we already have 2 years left on it, or 2.5 years on that one generator.
That's right.
Maintenance agreement, so we don't need one for that now.
That's correct. There may, after speaking with Chief Hegwald, though, there may be a couple of items that we need to put in there on the 3-year PM that will make it operate at a higher rate, so we can test it at a higher rate because it's on the jail facility. And I won't know where that's at
Now,
until,
do these get tested on a weekly when we start them, or do they actually get the test load put to them when we do?
they test load, it's not weekly. Yes, it is. They run on a weekly basis. I believe, do they test load on a monthly?
Run automatically weekly for 30 minutes with no load,
Yeah.
which fits with the NFPA 110 requirement. Once a month, they're required to transfer load and run load on it for 30 minutes. And all that has to be documented. I've worked with Kevin's staff on getting that proper documentation.
So it's once a month that they test load? Okay.
And some of the questions that he's bringing up is, after 36 months, they're required to do a 4-hour load test on the diesel generator. That's one thing. The 2-hour annual is the 4-hour.
So then our 3 years of warranty, we don't have to do anything until the 3 years is up, is what I'm understanding.
That's correct.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, why do we need extra on that one until the 3 years?
Well, if we had to put that 3-year maintenance in it for whatever reason, I don't know
At
where.
3 years,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I don't know where that'll fall in operation.
Or what it costs, I guess, to have it tested at the end of our 3 years versus paying a extra on the contract for 3 years.
On that contract, on that generator itself, it's the contract that Kevin had, it only shows where the county paid the last 2 years of service on that.
On that one.
First 3 years is covered by the contract, the last 2 years are part of the family.
So this one we're going to be dealing with over at your emergency management site, should we just do an agreement with when it comes and when the time comes, or?
We'll have to either do a separate contract or maintain it ourselves or something. But it is not on that list. Generator.
Because we don't know yet what it's gonna be.
Right.
So that's the price for one, or for all 5 for 1 year, Kevin?
It'd be 6233. That number's not locked in yet. Because if we go ahead, if we do this and we pay cash in front, we'll save 5% on that. And that's why you'll see the customer authorizes on down in number like 3, 4, or 5. We just haven't got to the point with them yet, so they would know how we're going to pay for the contract. In our world, I budgeted for my generators to pay for them to get the 5% decrease, to do the 5% contract, so we wouldn't get the 5% increase every year as we go through that 5 years by doing year-to-year contracts. So that was information I was able to give them, but with putting 2 of the county's generators in, I didn't know how you guys would want to move forward with that. I just wanted to let you know that it was something we were considering just to get everything on the same maintenance schedule.
Now, this 2 times change batteries, is that in the 5 years, or?
Yes.
2 times in 5 years, they change the batteries? Okay.
And so Missy, I visited with her about it. She said that she doesn't have a maintenance plan over at the health department on their generator, that the maintenance that they have done as far as changing oil and things that way was done this last year by Rick Castle. She also said that she thought that this would be able to be funded on her end through one of her grant programs that'll be closed in July.
So how would we do that, David? Would we go to each department that is responsible for the generator at their site, and
You could do it by department. You could pay it out of courthouse general. I mean, we've got some options on how we work it out.
Do we really need a backup generator at the courthouse? Have we had one over the past?
We've had part of the courthouse was already on with the one that was at the sheriff's office over there. So it would keep some things running. The biggest thing is if we go down for any length of time and we don't have any type of backup, then we're pretty much shut down over there because the computers wouldn't be on.
I think Chris,
But we also have generators put through the fire department and other things that way. If we were dealing with a permanent shutdown, is that a possibility or not?
Large generator on a trailer could be mobile that you could bring over and hook up.
I can't remember, we talked to Chris about it. This was brought up is why we decided to put it over there.
I think one big issue was for boilers. So if you kill your power to your boilers, you're going to lose heat and stuff like that because you wouldn't have fans moving. So I think right now we backfeed out of the one at the sheriff's office. We backfeed in the basement of the courthouse, and I think it runs boilers and some other functions.
Is it an internet hub or something over there?
I'm unaware of what, but I'm sure you're correct. The boiler is the main priority. Right.
Yeah, and there are a few other circuits in there that are in that too, because I know if we do go down, there are
Some emergency
certain
stuff.
areas in the courthouse that'll still have power and a lot of them don't.
And I think we'd figured that the courthouse and the old,
District
court building too.
Okay.
I can't remember. I think Chris had good logical reason on why we needed to do that. I thought maybe something with the internet hub or, I don't know. I don't know. Can't remember.
Well, yeah, you wouldn't have any phones.
No.
You wouldn't have any email or anything.
Have you received any other bids or asked for any other bids on this?
No.
Something this large, we could go out for bids, right? I mean, if there's,
You could, you've got the problem, in fact, that the one company has 3 years already locked in through
on the one,
through Apple, yeah, on the one. So you'd have to split it into 2, makes it a little more complicated.
This company currently services Evergy, services other businesses in the area. I think there was a couple of schools. I know they had some pretty large stuff in the area, and they're here. That's why they're here and already at my building working, so.
So Kevin, what do you need from us?
Well, I would say before the 27th, I would need to know if you want the 2 Linn County generators that are located at the health department and on the courthouse lawn, if you would want those generators to be part of the package or not. It's not a deal either way. It's just something I wanted to extend to you guys because, I mean, you know, in my deal, I have to have a contract on my generation. So if you guys want to have a contract on generation, that's fine. If you don't, all you do is say no. We'll take those 2 line items out and move with it. So
your 3, if you go with your contract, Kevin's 17,494 for the 3 with the 5% discount, I guess, is that it?
the 5%'s not added into this situation because there was never any promissory to make payment in advance, or at the start of the contract.
And the 17,494 at the bottom of the second page, that's what it's cost for your 3 for.
No, that would also be yours. The health department's on there for $49.36, and the courthouse is on there for $45.36. Those generators are already included in that, in the price. That 17,000 is that's the 400, or I'm sorry, that's the 150 kW and the 400 kW, and then the K7 tower generator would be on top of that number. So it'd be the 17,494 plus the 41.99.
That's your 3.
That would be my 3. That's correct.
Pleasanton's 49.36 and 45.30.
You've had good luck with them already? You said they've already came out and stuff?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They've been out 2 or 3 times. Builder had an issue with one of the generators. They came out and done service on it. Then right before we opened back in August, they were on site and done service. And then they were just here a few weeks ago and done whatever maintenance they had scheduled for that point in time. But of course, that's all for Apple. So, I mean, we don't control that maintenance. We just know they're on our grounds. They pre-call us and tell us they're coming. So
if we give you, I mean, if we agree to do this, are you going to go back with them and get a certain number and then come back, or how do you want to do that?
I think we'd be able to shore up the number on the 27th, and then we'd look at, let everybody know, all the stakeholders in this, what the number is and exactly where you fall, because quite frankly, I think your numbers could fall maybe a little bit smaller because of the 5%. So we just have to see how that works in. But I just want you guys to know about it because I think it's, like I said, I think it's prudent to have some kind of scheduled maintenance on this equipment. So when we are looking to fire it up, it fires up.
I appreciate you going through the time and effort to do all this.
I can tell you at the K7 tower generator, through this very cold spell that we just recently had, We went out there to test fire it and it didn't fire. So here we are, you know, calling Rick or Michael and having them go out and work on the thing. And
That one on a weekly too, just like everything else?
it is. It is. It just got so cold. We were concerned because if you remember a few Februaries ago, we got down to 20, 30 below. And we didn't just lose the generator, but we also froze repeaters out there and stuff. So when it did get that cold, Chris went out to check on the IT equipment that was there, and that was the problem. There was a problem with the generator.
Now, if we didn't have the 2 years left on the contract already on the one with the 17,494 be, would it be more? Or are they giving us a discount, I guess is what I'm saying, knowing that we have 2 years already paid up?
Can't answer that until the 27th. I don't know. I don't know where that falls.
You see what I'm saying?
Sure.
We're actually paying double for it, I guess, because we paid for it to begin with.
Well, that is our cost for the 5 years minus their 3. So, and it's because
It's 2 years on your stuff.
that's right.
Yeah.
So what's that?
That's just 2 years on the new generator at the jail.
Yeah. And then the other one would be a 5-year. So that price is in there. So
So you're saying if we didn't have the contract, this would be much higher, is what you're saying here, if we didn't already have the 2 years left?
true.
So like, if you look at the fine print there, it says 4 times on the 400 watt.
So on the 27th, you're going to go do a walkthrough with them, you said?
They're going to come and meet with us, and I just wanted to know who to put into that meeting, whether it be, you know, Sean, Chris, you know, who would need to be, have knowledge, because if your generators are going to be within the package.
Yeah, so 2 years. Okay.
So that's how they're breaking it down, Jim.
So would you want to come in on the 30th and give us finalized answers, and then
Absolutely.
how do you guys feel about that?
I just don't want to move forward on your equipment and then have you say, why didn't we even know about this, you know?
I'm fine getting bid as long as we can decide which ones we want to do that on and off.
So you want it broke out if we decide to take one out, is what you're saying?
And I think it'd probably be an advantage to have Randy there as well, because if Randy does have one come into his building, might be something he'd want to know more about, to see if he would want to add that one into a contract or something.
We got to get the thinking about that pretty soon, like getting him one, so. Yeah, I mean, I'm all about it. Do you want it? Sean, I guess, would he be?
I think Sean is going to want to be part of that group. Randy would want to be part of that group. I know Chris wants to be part of that group because of what it's operating, especially like the courthouse lawn, because I know for the courthouse, for the clerk, treasurer, register of deeds, all of those offices, it's operating all of their IT equipment and things like that. So I think that all the stakeholders probably want to be involved in that in some form or fashion, to know what that contract's going to be doing for them and have an expectation of what that's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all about maintenance, so.
And you don't think at $25,000 we need to get another bid?
Well, you Commissioner can bid anything you want to. In my project, I've already got these people on my grounds. So, I mean, once we get done with that, yeah, maybe so. I think it's going to be really hard to break apart and do that, but you can bid anything you need to. I'm single sourcing it because they're already on my grounds for another operation, and I have another generator sitting right beside it. It's hard for me to imagine 2 different companies coming and servicing my equipment. I think that's just going to be problematic.
Okay.
Well, I guess we'll look forward to hearing from you on the 30th.
So do you want me to go ahead and move forward with how this is and get you guys a number?
I think, are you guys okay with that?
I just don't want to waste your people's time.
Get a number for us and see.
I have another topic to bring up before Kevin gets away whenever you're done with that.
So, yeah.
Okay, we'll move forward. Like I said, I just didn't want to waste your people's time. I wanted you to have knowledge of how I was looking.
You didn't have to do this, so thank you, Kevin.
So my next topic, a few weeks ago, 3 or 4 weeks ago, we had a conversation about Linn County's matrix or pay plan schedule. And we spoke about that briefly with the commissioners, and I wanted to bring that back in, and here's why. I've, of course, just been studying the matrix and studying where Linn County kind of falls a little bit in finances. You'll see I attached the matrix to you guys' package there. And I'm sure David has the matrix with him. He could talk to us about who's in what categories. So when in my operation, and I know some of the county's operation because there's a box on the bottom of the matrix that would tell me about it. My jailers start in a 7, and you can see where the pay is there. My dispatchers start in an 8. My deputies start in a 9. So let's just take jail staff starting wage in a 7 is $14.44 per hour. Of course, with the new year upon us, there's a 5% increase in this, and that's what it is. This is the 23 matrix. So that was just, days ago, that was $13.80 an hour or so. But my problem is I've attached a few advertisements behind that. There's one advertisement that I took off of Facebook this morning, and it's for Miami County. Their dispatchers are at $17.85. Our dispatchers start at $15.59. Their jailers start at $17.85. Again, our jail starting pay is $14.44. Deputy sheriff, whether you're in the jail or on patrol, they both start at $20.45. Ours start at $16.84. If we go over to the classified ads that were taken out of the Linn County News this past week, we'll see that Anderson County, they're starting their jail staff at $17.09. Again, ours is $14.44. Their deputy sheriffs, uncertified, never worked the road before, just hiring somebody in totally green. They're at $18.41. We're at $16.84. The problematic issue with this is it's really hard to compete. And as you guys know, and I've talked to this former employee, and he asked me, don't be afraid to use my name, and that's Jeremy Willard. We lost Jeremy for a substantial pay increase to go somewhere else to be a mechanic. So what this is telling me is the sheriff's office is not on an island. It's countywide, and you guys would know this. When we go over here and we look at the public works starting wages, I found it crazy that existed on our pay matrix, because what that's telling us is that we all, as the electeds of this community, have got together and changed the pay matrix without changing the pay matrix. Because what we did was we said a foreman starts at a 12A. Well, that is the starting wage of a foreman, so that's just put on there, I guess, for, to look back into. But an equipment operator, one with a CDLB, starts at a 7K. What our matrix would tell us is that an equipment operator with a CDLB should be at a 7A. That's a starting for an equipment operator. So we've just went ahead and changed that. So those increases, let's say from the east to the west, those are yearly merit increases. And what we've done is we've just set out to automatically violate our pay matrix. So instead of starting, then you got equipment operator with a CDLA, he's at an 8H for his starting pay. Well, that position should start at an 8A, but what we've determined is that you can't start a guy for that. He or she is not coming to work for Linn County, Kansas for that. Your mechanic 1, which is absolutely a mechanic 1, there's no extra CDL or anything on there, a 9G. Well, a mechanic 1 should fall in a pay category of 9. So if we've just made the determination that that's already improper, that we can't start them for there, why wouldn't we fix the matrix for everyone? Because when I bring somebody in, I brought in a new jail staff member the other day, and he has some substantial background that is beneficial to the position. So I was able to move him over a couple of pieces and award him for years of service in a similar career. But in these situations, We don't even know what they are. We don't know that the guy's just started today as a mechanic. He's never been a mechanic before, but we hired him as a mechanic one. But we automatically say we're going to start him at a G level. Well, in my people's world, that G level is multiple years of service, or I'm bringing him in as a lateral into a position that's similar to a career that they've already been serving in. So I think we need to fix the matrix. How do we fix the matrix? I can't answer those questions in totality. But what I can do is I can say, if we took line item 1 of the matrix out and just dropped everything down, what's line item 1 start at? That starting pay is $9.10 an hour. I don't know who we would hire for $9.10 an hour in 2023. If you look at the parameters applied above line, the box below, it says the lowest hourly rate could be $8.67. Again, I don't know in 2023 how we get an employee for $8.67. My suggestion would be, because of the disparity in pay in Linn County based on many other counties, when I look at my world, I would reach out and say other police agencies, sheriff's offices, and things like that. Our disparity is great. And to fix the disparity is going to take a little bit of work. But what I absolutely know is that if we took, let's just say, $6.3 million of payroll, and that's, David, close to where we're at? $6.3 million in payroll for Linn County. And we took line item 1 out, and everybody who works for Linn County, not just my people, because those folks at Public Works or at the treasurer or the clerk or register of deeds or any of those other offices or departments, they all have a disparity. I recently lost a dispatcher who went to work for Public Works in Miami County for like an $8 an hour pay increase. To me, it's killing us in Linn County. We're losing key employees, key people like Jeremy Willard, a 14-year employee who took a huge pay increase to go somewhere else and do less than he was doing in Linn County. Now, I know that's with an electric company that he went to. It's hard to compete with them, but his pay increase was a mere $12 per hour. We have to get closer. So if we took out line item 1 and we moved everybody, the price point on that's going to be a skosh over $500,000. I'm sure somebody might have figured it already. But we're going to be a little over $500,000. And we as Linn County would say, how would we achieve that? On the next page that you have in your packet there that I presented to you is the sheriff's budget for 2022. You will see under unencumbered balance, I returned, and how did we do this? So I'm going to tell the story for the people before we get there. When I budgeted for 2022, we budgeted to move into the Justice Center on January 1. We didn't move in until August 3rd week. So there was a lot of dollars left. And those dollars were for utilities and things like this. They're not going to be there in 23. Those dollars will be spent. But I returned $584,994.36. I would submit to you that that's going to go back into the county's coffers. It's going to be as a cash for payout for stuff for the first of this year. There's a bunch of that money that is there and available. David might fight me on that and say, no, it's not. We've already got it taken care of. But there's $584,000 there, gentlemen. Linn County employment right now is suffering. We could probably talk to any of your departments or any of the electeds and find out that the pay in other places is substantially more. Maybe in some situations, 20-25% more, as it kind of is in my situation. I'm not on an island. I know there's more money out there. David, what does a deputy clerk make in Miami County? Do you know?
Actually, deputy, I don't know. I know the clerk's salary is roughly 12,000 higher than mine, I think.
Right. So we're talking about major disparities. And again, it's just not in law enforcement. And I'm not here to just ask for law enforcement. I'm here to ask for every county employee who exists in our spectrum who falls on this matrix, because they're all suffering. And Danny, You own a business. What does it take for you to find labor? What's a dollar per hour for labor?
I'm starting guys green at over 20 that don't have driver's license.
Right. So I'm looking at people who are certified. If I look at the jailer in Miami County, they start well more than my jailers. Their pay scale is more in their jailer position, it's more into my deputy range. Their regular deputies with zero experience are more than my sergeants. And we're talking about years of service that it takes to get to these positions. And if we keep allowing our people to work with such a disparity, they will not work here anymore. They will leave and go elsewhere. Public Works is seeing it. I know I'm seeing it. I can't imagine that everybody else isn't seeing it as well. So I just wanted to throw that at the commission, and we've got to do something. We got to do something soon. I have 0 applications for certified positions in my office. 0. I have people who apply that aren't certified, and they say, hey, we can do this job. Well, you can with 14 more weeks of training, that I have to send you away for. So it's problematic. And like I said, gentlemen, our whole county is suffering, and I don't know what to do. I don't know the exact answer to bring the disparity a little bit closer, where we're not so bad. I agree, and I've heard it many times, we're not Johnson County. We know that. But when it comes to my deputy, they would start at $16.84 an hour. 45-minute drive north, they start at $28.50.
But it appears to me, not that I'm saying their pay is right, but with all these ads in there, everybody's got the same problem.
They do.
It don't matter whether we're paying $21 an hour or paying $16 an hour. We all have the same problem.
We all have the same problem, but here's where it lies. This is our newspaper. They're putting their ads in our newspaper. Why? Because we got certified people. If we want to retain them, we got to do something. Because they will go elsewhere. We've had it happen just a few weeks ago. I sent you guys an email and told you even Bourbon County's stealing my people now, and it's because they are. I have folks who live in Bourbon County and drive here. Bourbon County jail staff pay right now is more than my jail staff pay to start.
I seen the mayor, Jackson County, or Kansas City, Missouri, was on national news and local news both. He has the same problem.
Yep.
He was right on the news.
Yep. We have one of our part-time dispatchers that is going to Kansas City, Missouri. She's in final stages.
I mean, it's a problem everywhere on
And they'll continue to take our people if we don't change the level of disparity. So, gentlemen, I thank you for your time. I would ask for action. David has something for me, I guess.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know, Kevin and I were talking the other day, we're working on, in my office, we're working on the K-Camp contribution for the year. And when we did budgets last summer, we did not know what the amount was going to be on the new building at that time. So Kevin had increased his budget for insurance this year, but it was not enough to cover the increases. So I've got about 30,000 that I'm planning on taking out of this payment from the contingency fund this year. And in doing that, we would go ahead and wipe out the entire line. He had budgeted for insurance, but then another 30 to cover the rest of it. Just wanted to let you know where we're at on that. Felt like that'd be the best option for this point in time. But then before budget this summer, we need to decide if we're gonna have Kevin budget for the whole thing in his, whether we want to do it out of courthouse or whether we want to find some way to split it up between the departments that are in that building and prorate it out. But wherever it goes, we're going to have an increase in the insurance coverage for the next budget. So it's details we can work out later. Just wanted to make you aware of where we're at right now.
And David, I think another important piece to talk to them about regarding insurance is also where will our evaluation fall with K-Camp? Because I believe that today, the insurance amount that we would pay in 23, I think that in 24, if they come and evaluate that facility with the price of facilities being built around us very near, and let's just say Coffee and Osage County, very similar facilities. Those facilities, the building price on those was $7 and $8 million more than we paid for ours for very similar structures. So I think that the evaluation of that could go up on our 24 plan as well. So we may be stuck in that same position we were stuck in 22 to 23, going 23 to 24. If there's an evaluation, we don't get that number at budget time. We get that number in November, December.
December before we actually get to the plan. And that would be a normal procedure for K-Camp on their side of it. When you have a building that is that big and that expensive and it goes on, they base that on our construction, on the amount I gave them for this year's premium. But then their plan is to have it appraised at some point during this year before the next year's go out. So we're not going to know until that appraisal's done and where it comes in. But like I say, it was a little over 60,000 just to insure that building for the year.
Kevin, I've got a question on the matrix. In regards to like your jailer positions and things that way, do you have that already set up in your cash flow analysis on the jail for it to cover those increases if we were to make increases, or everything that way? Are we getting enough from our outside detainees that we're bringing in to cover that increase if we were to raise wages across your jail staff?
It's not just jail staff, Commissioner, it's everybody.
I understand that, Kevin.
So-
I'm just saying,
Right now.
does your department have the ability to?
No, because the income from the jail doesn't come to me, it goes to you. That income doesn't come to the sheriff whatsoever, that income goes to Linn County.
How much did your budget increase from your previous year to this year, Dave?
$1 million. 1 million. So to get back to pre-Justice Center funds, we need to be pulling in $1 million. Right now, we're at about 60,000 per month, give or take, depending on holding. For 22, from the third week of August until the last of December, our billings were $187,000 that came to the county. We didn't give it. We have it paid direct to Linn County through the general fund. So it's not like we have that money and we're harboring it.
And I wasn't implying that at all. I was
I just want the
asking
people,
what
I want the people
business-
to
what the business case
So
would show on
If-
that.
yeah,
Do we have enough coming in to offset those differences? Did we figure that when we were deciding that this is going to make sense?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
The increase?
so the increase in my projection, and you would have received that email as far as like 23 and 24 projection. If we keep proper staffing inside of our jail, I would project that we will probably, I can't remember what numbers I gave you. I know in 24, it was $1.77 million income was a projection. That would be coming to Linn County. So
Professional studies on that, right?
there were studies, yeah. Yeah, so I don't think there's going to be any issue. I mean, as far as, to run my operation, I probably send David somewhere around $250,000 a month in bills. And I think we'll get to a portion where, it'll take us back to pre-Justice Center numbers when the income's coming in. Before we went to a $3.4 million budget, we were at a 2.3, and that was from 21 to 22 to budget for the Justice Center as to where things would fall. And honestly, Commissioner Hightower, we still have unknowns in the building, so, I don't know where we'll land. But I can tell you, right now we're at about 120,000 in utilities. That's just not for my operation. That's for the sheriff's office, the jail, IT, prosecutor, district court, all of those operations. So there are unknowns still. I mean, we haven't gone through every season to see what gas usage will be, see what water.
Your income will be as far as your projection.
24.
I believe my income in 24 I think we'll see 1.77.
1,077,000.
1,770,000.
Divide that by 96.
We don't have 96 beds for those
Okay.
because we have inmates in.
One.
I think prudently, if you would figure 40 federal inmates and 20 Wyandotte County inmates for a total of 60, and then our inmates,
So it'd be 60 for, okay.
around 60. I think that's, our contract with the feds is for 40, 35 male and 5 female. That's, questionable. It could go,
So you're looking at roughly $81 per prisoner, if I figure right on the 365.
$67.50 per day for Wyandotte County and $88 per day for the feds.
So you're looking at keeping 60 beds full.
That will be our goal. And that'd be 60 of them. Now it's them and us. So then we'll have however many of us. If our inmate ratio goes high, we'll have less of them and more of us.
Would it be frowned upon to send our Linn County somewhere else?
I don't think that was the.
Once we do this, we're gonna have to rely on refinancing their bonds at some time, if we do what you're saying.
Could occur.
I mean, that could happen down the road, and if interest rates stay the way it is, that could be a huge.
It could occur, but Gary, do you remember the numbers on that?
I don't remember the numbers, but we've got several years before we get to that point.
That could occur, and I think we look at it, do we kick $1 million worth of income out for a couple $100,000 of refinance? And I'm just throwing a number out there. Because we don't know what rates could be or anything like that before we get to them. So I just want to throw some things at you to consider, because if we don't take action soon, we will continue to lose staff to the very agencies who are advertising in our county, and people will go there because the money's much better.
Are we far behind on our matrix just because we haven't followed the national increase each year? So if we give like a COLA this year, what was it, almost 9%, and we gave a 5?
I mean, I suppose that would be part of it, but there's a lot of factors that go into it. I mean, we don't know what other counties are doing from year to year until it already happens either.
Till after they've done it, they're getting some go in and just raise their pay, that's happened.
Mm-hmm.
But like, we're in the middle of our 2023, we've already set our budget for this year, right?
Yes.
We have, but there are dollars there that we may or may not have counted on. There's cash injection there from money coming back from budgets. What was our total money back this year, David, from 22 to 23?
$1.5 million. Well, no, that's over. That's probably more calculation than I can get into right now. But
More than $1 million, though. It's
yeah.
fair. Gentlemen, do you have any more questions for me?
I don't.
I thank you for your time and thank you for listening.
Jessica, you have something else?
This came up while I was standing here earlier, so I apologize for having to come up twice. Last year, the state put out a base grant. We applied for it to do infrastructure over at the industrial park in Pleasanton. We did not get awarded the base grant last year. They have just opened a base 2.0 for this year. Anyone who applied last year and did not get awarded, they're automatically resubmitting their applications for this new round. So what I need is to know if you want to go ahead and leave the application active. If you want to withdraw it, what would you like to do? The total for the project was 1.4 million. Our portion would be 350,000, and we were going to take that out of ARPA funds in the original application. We have roughly 800,000 left in ARPA dollars.
Is that already accounting for what we were gonna put into the benefits?
Yes.
This year too?
Yes, that's unencumbered. From my understanding, we will not know, on the landfill survey, we won't know before this grant is due. The due date is January 31st.
What do you guys think?
This was for to develop, a plan to develop
It was to get utilities there, to develop a plan, yes.
just a plan though.
For the industrial?
Well, not just a plan, no, to actually get utilities to the park as well. So it would become a certified site, which is through the Department of Commerce, and that's something that companies look for when they move in. Basically guaranteeing that it's shovel ready.
We've got all that acreage sitting out there doing nothing.
The industrial park is not marketable the way it sits.
And if you get the grant, I just toss this out. Let's say you're awarded it and you decided by that time that based on this, the other needs, the ARPA money is not available, you can always reject it.
So we're just
could.
applying for it, and if we get it, we can still reject it if we was to get.
Or determine where else we could pull funds from.
Right.
Yeah.
If we thought it was worth it.
I don't have a problem with applying for it, then is basically what you're saying.
Here's going to leave the application in.
Yes, leave it active.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I am as well.
Do I need a motion for that or just?
Wouldn't hurt to have it on the record.
What would it need to be?
It'd be a motion to leave the application, active.
For the
Make a
base
motion
grant.
that We'd leave the application for the base grant active for another reconsideration, base grant 2.0, to develop
The industrial park at Pleasanton.
At Pleasanton. That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Motion been moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
John, you got something else?
We look at the landfill and the opportunities that we have there. As Jessica said, we're weeks out from getting our survey back on our cost benefit analysis. But even if we did get that cost benefit analysis, that would leave us opening a major project to open new cells, which will take time, engineering, surveying. What I'm asking you today to do is to sign a supplement to agree for services with Terracon, who engineered the cells that are currently being used, or cell that's currently being used, and the previous ones, to add 10% to those cells under a minor adjustment to our permitting with the state. This project would allow us to elevate the walls of the existing cells that are still in use or open with permits. That's 2 through 6. And the estimate would bring, from what we currently are looking at, which could close the remaining cell in the next 1.5 to 2 years, we believe that the 10% across those other cells may bring us as much as 5 years to come up and develop a plan for our long-term usage of the landfill. The cost of this is going to be $23,000, along with an estimated approximate $2,000 for surveying, bringing the estimated project cost of $25,000. The only question is the surveying. We don't know. That'll be paid for us separate of this contract. But I'm asking you to go ahead and allow us to sign this contract, enter into a contract with Terracon to start doing the engineering for those improvements on the cells that we're currently using, allowing us to maintain those cells for another
indeterminate amount of time, and basically double the amount of time that we would have to start the process of building new cells, and this process or this agreement would be paid for through ARPA funds at this time.
And we really don't have any other options because we're running out of space, correct?
We are running out of space, and the time that we would have to do a major project, which would be opening new cells and relocating, doing all the permitting, and the timeline to do that would be very tight to complete and open up that before our cell that we're currently using became full. So at this point, this seems to be the most prudent thing to do, is to expand the timeline that we have so that we can get the study back, make decisions on what we're going to do in the future, and try to find the most cost-effective way to handle this. And this cell operation handles our C&D. So this handles just a portion of what goes on at the landfill, but it is the part that is maintained here in Linn County for burial in those cells. So yes, it's going to allow us more time to make those decisions and move forward in the future with whatever the engineers and our study says would be the most appropriate, cost-effective way.
What, do you have an estimate on what we think the construction cost is going to cost?
That is undetermined at this time because we're going to be uncovering cells 2 through 5. And the dirt that is being pulled or material being pulled off the top of those cells will be used as part of the material to extend these berms or walls around it. So at this time, we don't know what the construction cost will be.
Will their engineering plans include cost estimates?
That's what I'm being told. That once we pull that dirt out, that the remaining dirt work that needs to be estimated will be provided to us.
So their studies, will they give us a project plan too? Is that kind of what, I mean,
Not,
give out to bid to somebody and say, hey, this is what you got to do, or what?
I'm being told they're going to give us the dirt work amounts that will facilitate us going out to bid to finish the project, yes.
So then do we have to engineer construction plans and then go out for bid?
No, the engineering work should include the plan and all of the survey work, and all of the needs for the construction work, to go out to bid on the remaining dirt work.
So they're pretty much just acting like as an architect on the job, pretty much. Is that?
Pretty much.
So you're saying you need approval of 25,000 total?
Need approval to sign the contract with them for that amount. And when I say 25,000, again, 2,000 of that is an estimate that will be out of pocket. It's 23,000 for the contract, but they've estimated what the survey work that we will pay the surveyor directly.
When will they be done with it, or those studies, do you know?
The study, I was told, the last time I contacted Peppercorn, the study, I was supposed to get a contact from them next week or the following week to set up a meeting, and they hoped sometime towards the end of the month.
You weren't talking about, weren't you talking
I
about?
was just wondering if we
This?
sign this contract, how fast are we going to get it?
How fast will they begin?
Because this is all determining what we're going to do with our dumping floor, right? Our tipping floor, right?
No, this is.
No,
I know
that,
but this is a big part of our.
it's a part of the overall plan, but that study that we're getting from Peppercorn, I'm being told, quite possibly 4 weeks out from a completed study to hand to you to redesign or look at our operation for the tipping floors and the total operation. So this would basically extend our ability to wait on all that other information before we started making decisions about what could be done to handle those operations moving forward at the cost that we could afford.
Do you have a timeline to the completion of this contract? I think that's what Danny was
Yeah,
asking.
are they, if we sign today, are they going to have it done by a month and then we come back and get another month on bidding and then we're in?
I-
Or what?
I can't tell you what the timeline on this contract is. A lot of that's going to depend on the surveyors and the,
Roughly a year and a half to 2 years left in the.
Correct.
Right now before we figure out something.
correct. So we have more than enough time to complete this project to expand that time frame. We're not, with this minor change, we're not in a pinch as far as timeline goes, but it will give us even more time to make decisions in the future about opening new cells and whether we redesign tipping floors and the operation in itself.
Are we using ARPA funds to determine all that case study across the street and all that too?
The peppercorn study, I believe we did. That's correct.
As far as the tipping floor and the study there is ARPA funds. That's what I understand.
I move that we go ahead with the Terracon bid to look at reopening and adding 10% room to the cells.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. As a side note to that conversation and the rest, I've had conversation, and I'll be somewhat general. I've had a conversation. We've talked about other locations in our contract, in Crawford County as far as our household waste, possibly moving it to another county and being more cost effective. I've had a conversation with another county that reached out to me about having that discussion, and I'd like just your knowledge that I'd like to reach out to that county and have some discussion about what that might look like. And then if anything comes from that discussion, work through Gary to bring anything to you that would be a proposal. But I would like to be forthcoming with you that I'd like to have those discussions, and before anything would develop, I'd work through Gary to have that.
The problem with that
No,
is
there's no
Gary,
problem.
he goes out and reaches out to other places to see. I'm good with
That's, that all fits in with the other plan that the engineers are working on, so.
I'm good with that.
That's all I have for you this morning, Commissioners.
Thank you, Sean.
Thanks, Sean.
Gary, you got anything?
Darren's got something.
Oh, Darren's got, oh yeah. Darren, we're way behind for you. Come on up. Sorry.
Darren,
Sorry.
Oh.
I printed copies of what you sent me on the resolutions. Is that changed since that?
Nope.
I've got copies of all four of the resolutions he's gonna have here that we can use for signatures when you get to that point.
Darren Wilson, Planning and Zoning Director. I've got 4 conditional use permits to present to you. The first one is conditional use permit 22-07. It's for Terry Broyles Barn Church at 2801 Bakken Road, Blue Mound, Kansas. This is actually a renewal. Staff findings, the use does fit with the character of the neighborhood. The zoning of nearby properties is agricultural. The property is suitable for proposed use. The proposed use should not detrimentally affect nearby properties. Properties will remain as currently zoned. The proposed use should not detrimentally affect the public health, safety, and welfare, and may benefit public welfare by providing a boost to local economy. The requested conditional use permit conforms to the Linn County Comp Plan. Staff recommends approval of this conditional use permit with conditions to include those applicable as listed in Article 10.03 guidelines for conditions, that all required licensing by all state, local, and federal regulations applicable to such businesses be obtained and remain in full compliance. but if granted, property remains in full compliance with all regulations pertaining to such businesses under federal, state, and local laws and regulations, all fire and safety regulations, the Linn County nuisance and sanitation regulations, and those set forth with this conditional use permit at all times and with proper findings as required in Golden versus the City of Overland Park. And the Planning and Zoning Commission granted it to be no conditions set on it. They didn't add any conditions to it.
And the vote was
8-0.
8-0.
How do you want to do it? Do you want to do them, try to do them all in one motion, Gary?
You've got 4 separate resolutions, so let's do them separately. In this case, your motion would be to approve the resolution granting the CUP and adopt the findings of the Planning and Zoning Board as your own findings.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second. Motion been moving second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You want to sign these as you go? There's the first one.
And all the staff findings for all of these are the same, so I won't read all of them. The last one does have some conditions set on it, but I'll go over those when I get to it. The next one's conditional use permit 22-08 for Dave Eastwood. It's the Centerville Pump House Event Center. And as I said, it's a renewal. All the staff findings are the same as the prior one. And it was voted 8-0 unanimous, and there was no condition set on it.
What's the time frame on these?
No, pardon me, no limit on
This
this
is
one.
the permanent one. He won't have to come back for a renewal.
No.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to accept that resolution for the Centerville Pump House.
I'll second. Motion been moving second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The next one is conditional use permit 22-09. It's for Rocky Sun Farms to permit the establishment and operation of retail sales point in the agricultural zone. All the staff findings were the same as the other ones. It's located at 10062 West 2200 Road, Parker, Kansas. And there was no condition set on it, and it passed unanimous 8-0.
And this is a new establishment, you said?
Yes.
How long does the terms run on that?
They did, the Planning and Zoning Board didn't recommend a limit, so it would be a permanent CUP.
So he has his permit until he says he didn't want to do it. Right?
I'm sorry?
He has the permit now until he decides.
Right. The only way it would be terminated now is, number one, he surrenders the CUP. Number two, he quits doing it for, I believe it's a year. If he quits doing it for a year, it dies automatically. Or number three, he does something that violates our regulations and we could take it away from him.
I'll make a motion that we accept the CUP 2209 resolution for Rocky Sons Farm.
I'll second. Motion been moving second. All in favor?
Aye. And in each case, you're adopting the findings of the Planning and Zoning Board as your own findings.
Correct.
The next one's conditional use permit 22-10. It's for Andre Branning, Natural Connect Survival School at 17395 East 1825th Terrace, Lacing, Kansas. Staff findings are all the same for that. A little explanation on this one. He is going to do a survival classes, basically camping, teaching people to learn how to camp, how to build a fire, pretty much how to survive in the woods with no amenities. It did pass 8-0. There was conditions set on it. The conditions are for 3 years, no firearms during classes. His boundary lines need to be marked. He needs to observe red flag days for fire, and he will set porta potties to go along with the use of his house for sanitation.
I'll make a motion to accept this resolution.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I have, I just noticed one small typo on the heading of that one, so I just printed a new first page out there. So let me go grab that and I guess, okay. That way you can sign the one that has the correct. It was on the permit number, it said 22-0910.
Oh.
We both missed it when we looked at it last week.
I also need 10 minutes of executive session for legal with the commissioners, Gary and David.
Do you have any board meetings set
Look at what the,
for this year? I mean, when's your next one?
Next one's tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. We don't have anything on the agenda, so we're going to make it a workshop. We have one Thursday night, which is a workshop with Mr. Kalp. And then from here on out, our normal meetings are the second Tuesday of every month at 7 o'clock. And then the following Thursday, we will meet with Mr. Kalp over what we discuss from the prior workshops with him.
how's that coming? You think they're moving along pretty well?
He just emailed me rough drafts. Well, it's kind of a rough draft. It's stuff for us to go over to make changes to and discuss what we think of it, and then he'll make a rough draft. And that's kind of where we're at now, but it is moving along.
Takes a lot of time, doesn't it?
It does. And there's a lot to read.
All right, I'll make a motion that we go into legal with Gary, David, and Darren for 10 minutes.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We'll have a resolution next week regarding, some of the matters we talked about there.
Gary, you got anything else?
No, I don't.
David?
Nope.
Anybody? Sean?
I do.
You do?
I think we should have county issued cell phones due to the fact that we're handling county business on them, and that would keep our personal businesses away from those records being allowed out and everything. That way I run my entire life through my cell phone.
I don't think it's a bad idea. There's usually an unknown number I don't answer, so and then people get mad. I get it. Would that be how would we go about that, Chris? Or
I think Chris would be involved with that process anyway.
Can we define one? I don't have a problem with what it is. I mean,
You just need to be aware that if
I understand.
an open records request, it might get all your,
Right.
all your stuff.
I probably don't have on mine what you do. You probably don't use it. That's fine. I mean, I understand.
Yeah, I think you could decline it. Don't you think that would be appropriate?
I don't know why you couldn't.
I don't think it's a problem. And I think Chris didn't he kind of coordinate all
I
the,
would want to get with him anyway, because I know I've not been involved in that process of ordering phones or setting up new accounts, and I think we'll go through IT on that.
makes sense? I don't, at this,
You interested in one?
yeah, I think so. I was going to actually talk about just thoughts about, making decisions at the podium within 10 seconds is kind of, I think we could find better ways to do it. And, I didn't know if there was a day, what you guys thought about like doing. It's just a thought. I don't even know if it's possible, but like come in like half a day on a Monday and then have it move the meeting to Tuesday morning for half a day so that we have a day to think about what's going to be being brought to us. People can have the opportunity to come in and talk to us. I don't know. It's just a thought. I mean, it's hard to make good decisions, and we're always getting chewed out after, sometimes after we make a decision because we have 10 seconds to make a decision.
I think we do much better in the last 2 years of having them bring it to us ahead of time. I mean, I think that's my goal anyway.
So-
Having
when you got good staff,
and giving us
Yeah.
time to think about it. And I think they do a pretty good job of that.
So what if it was coming out? Is there any regulations as far as it coming out, the presentation coming out via email before they present it?
No, I don't. I mean,
That way we're able to look at it, review it, start building our questions in our minds so that we're prepared to ask questions.
And say, Gary, jump in if you disagree, but I think as long as we are sending information to the commission, as long as they're not responding to a whole group,
right?
we're not talking to each other about it, there's no issue with that.
I think if there are,
That's how we do it in other lines of business.
yeah,
Where there's boards and things that way is, my packet for Wednesday's meeting came out on Friday with everything that we're going to talk about in it, with the information and things that way, so that I'm able to look at it, review, familiarize myself with it, do research if I need to, talk with other departments.
no, I agree. I mean,
And that would allow us to be a little more thoughtful in our questions that we're asking and things that way.
someone would have to be responsible for putting that packet together. I guess that would be David's office.
Well, typically, I send minutes, agenda, claims out.
Right.
Try to do that on Thursday if possible. Sometimes we don't have claims ready until Friday. But, I mean, I think some of that would just be setting a deadline of have it in to me by noon Thursday or whatever in order to include it with the packet. I am sure there would be times when some kind of
Right, of
emergency comes up that
Of
you're going
course.
to have to deal with. But possibly want to think about how to word a statement or policy on that.
What do you think, Jim?
Could I interject on that
Mhm.
for a second? David and I talked about this before, and one of the spinoffs to this would also mean that our staff, between Darren, Jessica, and I, we looked at what we're printing off to bring in each meeting, that would greatly reduce the paper usage and the other office supplies, to print those things off.
So
And
we already had them on our county issued phone.
I would, as far as our staff, I think we're all in agreement that if we could get with David and pick a date to issue out our packets for the Monday meeting, we would be well on board to do that.
I mean, I'm kind of all about that. I'd like to know at least a few days or a day or something, just so we can, if I need to call somebody to say, hey, how does this affect you? Because we get jumped a lot about making a decision, and then 2 doors down, somebody's like, why'd you do that? It's going to affect me, and we don't know anything about it. You know what I mean? So hopefully that would eliminate some of that stuff. What do you think, Jim?
Wouldn't be nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's a.
And I think we'd want to word,
Yeah,
carefully word something on that, on requirements. And also if we're going to have it as part of the policy on getting it to my office, especially if we're talking about things coming in email, I'd want it included that it goes to my deputy clerks also, because there's going to be times when I'm not physically there to take care of something. And
Will that go to the other departments then too, or just?
well, when it's sent out to you guys, it'll become a public record at that
yeah,
point.
so it could.
Go to all departments so they can see what everybody's talking.
I don't see any reason not to, is there?
Increase communication between
I
them.
think I'd like that, yeah.
So you and I work on a policy?
Yeah,
on that?
David, let David and I put a policy together that encompasses the whole concept. And I
And I
think,
know it, as an example of that, what Darren brought in this week, I asked him, Thursday or sometime, if he had everything ready, and I went ahead and copied that out to you guys so you'd know what was coming on those CUPs.
So, yeah.
And I'd love to
able
have
to
all that
review that.
available before the meetings.
and this way, instead of getting a piecemeal, like 1 or 2 things, you get all in one packet. And that's you might consider just, you probably are not interested in this, but some of the boards I've been associated with have provided actually an inexpensive iPad for people, because it's looking at documents. If you're going to be doing a lot of documents, looking at documents on a phone is kind of a headache. So you might think about that.
I just think that make us more available to the people, because a lot of stuff, we don't hear a lot of stuff, the public hears a lot more than we do sometimes, which is crazy. So I think the cell phone's a good idea. It opens up and say, hey, call us anytime you need. Well, not anytime you need, but, call this cell phone number if you need to get a hold of us. And I think the itinerary thing would be amazing.
And I don't remember, Jason, I know we talked about getting a county email set up for you. Is that done yet?
Yeah, I believe it is. I have
Okay.
not accessed it yet.
Okay, so you might let me know when you can get into that, and then I can start sending your stuff to that email
Sounds good.
address.
Yes.
So we'll talk to Chris about phones and maybe even just a iPad type deal so that we don't have.
All the paper floating around.
I can tell you it makes my life easier in these commission meetings if I know what's coming too.
Keep it from
Well,
blowing
it
out the
just
door.
gives you a little bit of thought.
Yeah.
It's good, which I think they've been doing a pretty good job of it myself, and not that we just don't get.
Well, and that's like today, all this stuff on the CUPs. I had all that information already in here in the minutes. I was just waiting on you guys to make motions on it.
Exactly.
And add and fill. Yeah. That's the way it should be. Okay. That's all I had.
Anybody else got anything? David, you good?
I'm good.
All right. Well, Jason, welcome.
Thank you, David.
And now you guys got to deal with me as the chair. So, but I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
I'll second.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Jim?
Yeah.
Sections of any of this stuff that starts with like a 400 and here, that's income. then we can get on the big pages when they're the highlights. That's expensive. Mechanical. That's everything I've got that's going through that. All of this.